king of the world! Wow!
For the Horde!
For Lordaeron!
What can I do for you? 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 What can I do?
Your death will. Morta Vespa Gaia Inu.
Help! Help! Strike with great vengeance! You are not prepared! Frostmourne hungers for your soul. Your time has come. Strange.
Greetings to you. Seems you're ready for the real thing.
Watch your back.
F it up!
Hey, look at me!
Oh, looks like we got an audience.
I'm getting good at this. I am in the groove.
Turret online.
Surprise!
Piece of cake.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Diablo channel here at BlizzConline. I'm Rod Ferguson, the new executive producer of the Diablo franchise, and I feel very lucky to be here with you today. For the first time, Blizzard has brought all the different Diablo games, old and new, under one umbrella. And as head of the franchise, my goal is to make sure that no matter what you play on, no matter where you play, you can look forward to many years of unforgettable Diablo experiences. Speaking of which, We'd like to take the next couple of hours to have a little fun and bring you up to date on 3 Diablo games we have in development. Yes, 3. Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, and announced today, Diablo 2 Resurrected. First up is our Diablo 4 deep dive, followed by a visit from a very dear old friend. Trust me when I say you'll want to stay a while and listen.
Ever since we announced Diablo 4 at last BlizzCon 2019, we've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of BlizzConline on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just know they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And granted mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled, and you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Wow, I love that ending. There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end, it's like, oh.
That ear box never gets old. I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback. But let's go back to the class, because there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyles. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
Just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it's like, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do, you think about the druid and shapeshifting, or the barbarian with sort of, his leap attacks. There's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor, you kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games. You can maybe even add some tattoos into the mix, some scars, make that rogue your own. Or if your fantasy of the rogue is a more traditional RPG outlaw, you're definitely able to create that and put on your kind of hood and half mask and be more of a shadowy character.
Yeah, and the character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, that the class of your dreams or your nightmares. It was a feature that I was honestly super nervous about when we started, because we've never had this in a Diablo game. But seeing where it is now, it's one of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and fun looks, and you can be that tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of, sort of like thief with good morals.
Well, one of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this niche to fill in the class lineup that spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea of what that could be was a little bit different, whether it leaned more on range or melee. But we took that a little bit of a step further. We really wanted to have each class in our game have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit when you see a player use it, and then makes you want to re-roll that class because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations are combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
I like Shadow Realm because I take the problem and I make it smaller. I mean, it's just, I just pull 3 guys into the Shadow Realm and duke it out, and then I come back in, I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
I love the idea of exploit weakness. The way it works is during some of the enemy attacks, players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. If you're quick on the draw, this is the specialization for you. I'm just like a little bit skill capped there, and like every time I try to make it work, I'm just a little bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon. And it requires a really strong ability to assess what's happening all around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization. As you might expect, this ability lets you build multiple combo points, which enhance your spender's effectiveness in combat. It basically, you just like get into this rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender, lets you build up to these big moments. It almost makes like a rhythm game out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find and do class-specific quests that no other class can do. Whether it's the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or the mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar, depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you or you find more powerful, you'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization, which then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. It just gives the class such huge variety in builds and playstyles.
I love how that ties into the open world aspect. The ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skazglen, which is up in the north, it's more of like a broadsword. It's this sort of like this, it's a subtle thing, but I think it really, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the place. And so giving that sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, is just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the Frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot, all the way to, we expanded it to feel a little grittier, a little darker, into things like Poison imbue and Shadow imbue. Just the ability to take any sort of attack and kind of mix and match with those imbues.
Once that kind of clicked for me that I could take any ability and imbue it with, either of those elements. Rain of Arrows with Frost and Rain of Arrows with Acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield. And then I just love Poison imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's always fun to kind of see just to feel the Goatman melt into nothing. You just kill everything on the screen in a gory mess, which I never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with Flurry and Shadow Step as kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the Frost imbue to your bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and Frost imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? Where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your Frost imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So just ask to open with Blizzard before you Frost imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situations. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like shadow step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities like dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can shadow step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a rogue thing to do.
When I play the rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless and almost sometimes a little unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing, I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play rogue, and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might be with a group of friends and just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right. And that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community. And we're here today to talk to you about Diablo 4 and the open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about what we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking around at every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last BlizzCon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. When you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously. But now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together, like being able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world, from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get and trophies to show off your accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, and it's really cool that like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run. And it's something I like, to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
And I mean, there's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress, we showed her dismount skill, Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. Well, with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it. And the animation department has done a fantastic job of having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything. It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the fray and then starting to like stab people and poison people, like that is spot on what we're looking for. Being able to jump in, engage with enemies from your horse, and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually judging for yourself when you do want to use that skill in order to prevent you from being forced off unintentionally.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it in a way that is most appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited about for the open world right now is this feature we have called camps. So camps are basically these strongholds of evil out in the overworld. You know, you got to remember that, you know, decades ago, during the events of Reaper of Souls, you know, when Malthael rose to power, the Reapers killed like 9 out of 10 people throughout Sanctuary. Like a tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here, you know, decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, the undead, have started to like resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really neat. Each of them have their own story, they're their own unique fixed place in the world.
Unlike quests are something that happens randomly in the world and you can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent fixture that you as the player, when you come across that evil, you can actually have a real impact on the open world that everyone else can see, because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that you basically unlock that camp and you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself, but like suddenly all the marketplaces open up and now you have a blacksmith vendor in a location that previously didn't exist, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, what we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu, which now has fallen to ruins. You know, the people here in the Dry Steppes had a problem. The problem was there were bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community. And the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals, so they made a dark bargain with a demon. And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community, but not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be like new quest givers, new stories that need to be told. Dungeon entrances can appear in some of these places afterwards. Like there's all kinds of things that occur after you take over the camp and liberate it from these forces of darkness. And again, it's just so cool to see you permanently change the world as you find these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems. One of the other neat things about camps, and in general, like the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically as well as horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
There's all kinds of areas for players to like find their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
We are also in a vertical top-down camera for the environment, and so it really breaks up the plane that you typically see as like not only as a developer, as an animator, but also as a player. There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make things a little bit different. There's like certain puzzle elements to it. That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you're very excited about PvP.
I'm a huge fan of PvP. I love the first time that we all actually had a chance to, as a whole team, play PvP, because the amount of feedback that generated, I think it took design like 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone they either love it or they hate it. And I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So the way that PvP works is that the hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell and has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into that kind of consumes you and makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred, right? Even in these spaces, it's not like mandatory. So these are optional places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can collect from like killing monsters, from completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these things, not necessarily just killing players. And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an unpurified state. They're in a basic state. You need to bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby like small encampments around the fields of hatred. And what's really neat about that is that when you're trying to purify these things, that's when everybody nearby finds out and hears like, oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete a purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish. Once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But before they're purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that, like, even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas and collect the Shards of Hatreds from specifically monsters. But the second you need to then turn them in and purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content, you actually are hostile yourself and actually can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the Shards of Hatred are used for like some of the vendors you could find in the Fields of Hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game, but stuff that really like speaks to your desire as a PvP player. And I think one of the things that's really kind of neat about the system in general is that as a player, if you choose to go hostile, betray other players who are near you, try to get as many Shards of Hatred as you can, you're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And you're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now, once you do that, everyone within a very large radius of you is going to be able to see you as a threat on the map. And they're going to get a bonus for killing you. So when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or defeat your people who are coming to try to destroy you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our playtests already as people are like kind of wrestling for this status and then trying to defend it once they actually achieve it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the ears for 1 gold. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I know we were playing around with them as a currency at one point, but I think right now it's just a cool trophy that you get to collect and show off.
Yeah, right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about the Diablo 2 ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously, but being able to see like the people that you took the ears from, like seeing their character names on there was always like the interesting, fun part, kind of like proof like, yeah, I got that person that time, right? So we want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great callback to Diablo 2 PvP.
Right, yeah. So I love where PvP is going, and I love that it is such it's only one part of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventure in me when I play the game. How do you feel?
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot to be looking forward to in the franchise in the future. Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking to you more about this game and others in the future.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
My career in the video game industry has spanned over 20 years. My first job in the business was a QA tester. It was kind of a fluky thing where I was in between jobs and I saw this ad that said, play games and get paid. And I thought that might be fun for a little while. And so I came and started testing games. Within months, I knew that this was something I wanted to be a part of forever. I'm Jen O'Neill and I'm Executive Vice President at Blizzard Entertainment. I make sure that our teams have what they need to deliver great content to our fans, whether that's getting alignment on key decisions, ensuring that they have the resources that they need, blocking and tackling so that they can just focus on making their great work. What excites me about working at Blizzard is that I get to work with such incredibly talented, passionate people who to their core are also Blizzard fans. There's very few jobs in the world where when it's time to clock out, you just want to get online, start playing with your friends, even your coworkers, because you just love what you do so much. It's really difficult to pick one core value that I relate to the most, but I would say learn and grow has always been an important value to me. We're in such a dynamic industry. The minute you think you're comfortable, you're challenged again. We can always be better, and what I love to see is when some of the greatest, most brilliant creatives will have the humility enough to even say, I can be better, I can do more, and learn and grow. Diablo 2 is my favorite Blizzard game, not just because we're working on the remaster. D2 was the first PC game that I ever played that got me so hooked and made me feel like I could officially call myself a gamer. When I'm thinking about what makes a great game, if I step out of looking at it clinically like a person who's in the industry, when I'm just playing a game for fun, it's when I feel just completely immersed. I become a part of that world. I become the character that I'm playing. It stays with you. You wake up in the morning and you think, oh, I've got to get back into that world that I felt so connected to. I can name off a lot of games that I've worked on that have really made me proud, but one thing I've become very passionate about is creating great game experiences with diverse representation. I've been a gamer all my life, and it was disappointing at times to not have heroes who looked like me. Now I think we're seeing how ubiquitous gaming is, and there are people from all walks of life who play games, and they want to see themselves in their games. So no matter who you are or where you're from, you have a way to be a part of our community.
Hi, this is Michael Goff, the voice of Deckard Cain, and I invite you to stay a while and listen. I had been working on another project. They said, we're working on something else. Had no idea what it was. And they said, we have this character that we're thinking about, and we just would like to see if you could read a few lines here and do a quick audition. So, I mean, there was a little bit of a description. This older, kind of wise, wizardish character. Maybe he kinda would sound like an older Sean Connery. Was a nice clue to work with, because it sort of gave you a little path down which, Deckard evolved. There wasn't like the depth or the layers to his character in the beginning, but his sound, it just sort of appeared. But it was, he was a little more perfunctory to begin with. So he would just kind of, appear with his heraldic staff and he'd go, follow me to find the next soul stone. The stakes got higher, right? As time went on. He just became himself in D2, beyond just being the iconic functionality character that he had been in the beginning. He's got his own issues. It was a pleasure and a joy to be able to just have more to grab onto and a greater range of emotional reality. He became both more helpful and empathetic and more impatient. There were desperate actions that needed to be taken, and there isn't much time left, and no one's listening. And of course, having Leah come into his life kind of changed things. He maybe softened a little bit, but he was more determined than ever to make sure that the light was not going to be extinguished. I think the thing that really is Deckard's hallmark is that he cares deeply about the world of Diablo, the history, the lore, and what's happening around him. It's a blessing and a curse because If not him, then who? Nobody. And as dark and as horrible as things are, he does believe that there is a pinprick of light in the darkness that he can help expand and open up. Some people have said that even, going back to D1, just the fact that he was there as a companion really helped them. I was surprised initially how people feel about Deckard Cain. I mean, I'm really grateful, whatever impact this character may have had on people, that it's as widespread as it is. I mean, I think the world needs Deckard Cain now and forever. Well, Sanctuary was a world trapped between the two sides of the eternal conflict. It was filled with beauty and danger. A little too much danger, if you ask me. Tristram, of course, was lovely, though these days perhaps not the ideal landing place for a vacation. Perhaps Caldeum. I do recall they had excellent food in Caldeum, although I was almost killed there, too. Oh, heavens, I hope not. I am now in the charge of a young child named Leah. It is my responsibility to protect her from witnessing any of the horrific and soul-robbing sights that I have experienced over my life. There is an ancient prophecy that says humanity shall enjoy peace and happiness forevermore. That's a joke. I expect we shall see them return soon enough. Or perhaps they've never left. Have you gone insane? Why would I ever want to go there? Have I not suffered enough? Well, I did visit Pandemonium once, and I live to tell about it. That's more than most mortals can claim. But that was enough for me. Oh, I do so certainly hope so. They must be better than demons, eh? At least I'm sure we'll never see an angel wipe out half of humanity again. Oh, perhaps I should not have said that out loud. Ancient myths, as I recall, say that she helped create the world of Sanctuary, and for that we are eternally grateful. She is also rumored to be quite devious, yes, but she was sealed into the abyss long ago. I doubt we shall ever see her return. Oh no, I should not have said that. So, I want to thank you for staying a while and listening to me rattle on. Enjoy BlizzConline 2021, and I will see you sometime in the future. Or the past. I'm not sure which is which anymore.
My thanks to the D4 dev team for that update on our new class, the Rogue, and even more details about our new open world features. You know, I just have to say I love the new Rogue. It's a little Diablo 1 Rogue mixed with the D2 Assassin, mixed with the D3 Demon Hunter, with some exciting new elements added just for D4. And I also want to thank Michael Goff for his Deckard Cain AMA. It's hard to believe, but I first met Michael 15 years ago when I cast him as Carmine in Gears of War. And so it's great to work with him again, but this time as Deckard Cain, your heroic guide through Diablo Immortal. And speaking of Immortal, we had a limited public tech alpha last December, and I had a lot of fun playing over the holiday break. Apparently, our playtesters did too, killing over 70 million monsters in just 2 weeks. Diablo Immortal is Sanctuary as you've never seen it before. Now, a persistent online multiplayer world, and we can't wait until you get it in your hands. So let's get into it. Next up, Diablo content creator Bloodshed sits down with the Immortal dev team to talk about his impressions of the tech alpha test and to answer all of his questions. And after that, we'll enter the dark and twisted world of the legendary artist Braum to learn more about his Diablo work and what inspires him.
What's up everybody, Bloodshed here. If you don't know me, I'm a Diablo content creator. I love the hell out of Diablo ever since I was a little kid, grinding legendaries all night, way past my bedtime. As an adult, I still do that, but I also run a full-time Twitch stream and a YouTube channel where we make build guides, educational videos. Because of all this, I've been able to build an amazing community, and I have the opportunity today to talk to some of the Diablo Immortal developers. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Bloodshed? Should we refer to you as Blood or Mr. Shed?
Mr. Shed might be too formal. We'll go with Bloodshed's fine.
Okay, great. Well, Bloodshed, I'm Caleb, the lead producer on Diablo Immortal.
Hey, Bloodshed. My name's Wyatt Chang. I'm the lead designer on Diablo Immortal. Thanks for making this time so we could talk about the game.
Yeah, super excited to kind of delve into Immortal here.
Yeah, and you were actually part of the technical alpha, right? You had a chance to play.
Yeah, I played, I think, over 100 hours. I was grinding, yeah. Burning the thumbs and the screen, it was fun. It was a lot of grinding, but I had a good time with it.
I know some people kind of picked a class and went really deep, and some people played a breadth, kind of played them all. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes, all the way to max level, even grinded out a little bit of Paragon in each of them. But I think my favorite was Wizard. I spent the most time on Wizard. What was your guys' favorite class?
So my favorite class is the Monk. I love the mobility. I like just getting in and out and like destroying whole packs of mobs together. That feels really good, but I think like in terms of fantasy fulfillment, my favorite would have to be the Barbarian. I just love that it's like the meat potatoes, pop demons with my axes feeling, and so sort of like nothing takes that place in my heart. So my answer is cheating, it's 2.
Every time we do a playtest of some kind, I like to play a different class. So this time around, it was time for some Barbarian love. And I played Barbarian up to max and played some Paragon after that. Had a good time with it. I love some of the legendary items on the Barbarian. I got, there was one sweet legendary I found that it was every time you use Hammer of the Ancients, it would summon an Ancient to fight alongside you. And then I got another legendary item that gave Hammer of the Ancients 2 charges, so I could actually like double up on those, and that was super fun.
Yeah, I had a Twister legendary that turned it into a giant tornado, and that was really cool. I was just running through the Elder Rifts, gathering up all the mobs, and then just using this big tornado. It's like as big as the almost screen. It's a really awesome one. A lot of the abilities I notice have like a dual purpose. Like with Monk, you can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard, you can place like an ice crystal, and then reflect the Ray of Frost off the crystal, and then just do this big AoE to all the enemies in the area. What was it like designing all that interaction that we don't have in other games?
When it comes to designing the skills for Diablo Immortal, we definitely want to make sure that we're bringing something new. You know, in a lot of ways, it's good when the classes feel familiar, and sometimes it fits like an old glove. People love to have their Barbarian with Whirlwind and Whirlwind through enemies. It's such a classic. People would always want to look for that. It's also really important that we have new experiences, and I think things like the Ice Crystal and the kick that you mentioned are really important. You want some things that are new, some things that are improved over previous, and some things that are familiar and comfortable. And I think the right mix of all 3 when it comes to class skills is what lets us have, honoring the Diablo legacy while still pushing in new directions.
One thing I definitely want to dive into is the speed, like the progression speed. It really gives me like D3 vanilla vibes where, legendaries aren't dropping left and right. And like everything you get, you're so grateful because you don't get that many items or like crafting materials. Like you're always kind of thirsty, and then it feels really good when you get it, Was this all kind of planned, this pacing? Is this what you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, I think that, you always want to have a good pacing of reward, but you really want those random moments to be exciting as well. So for us, finding a new legendary item is that surprise, right? It's like, oh, sweet, I got a legendary. And if it's happening too often, then it's not as exciting anymore. But we also want to make sure that you're feeling like every play session was worth it. And so, well, that's where systems like Paragon and Gear Rank Up come in, where if I play for 15 or 30 minutes and I don't see a legendary item, I've still managed to advance my character in other ways. And so you sort of have that like predictable reward that you can count on, but then you also have those moments of excitement that come from an awesome drop.
When I hit max level on my wizard, I was bummed because I'm like, no frozen orb, like that's so iconic, right? And then I got a legendary that turned it into frozen orb, and I was like, this is cool. Like, it kind of makes you think like anything's possible because you can just kind of modify the skills to become other skills.
Yeah. And there's something super exciting about finding a legendary that you didn't even know existed in the game. It's almost like the magic that existed during technical alpha. Nowadays, sometimes we play and all the information is available on the internet and you can look it up. And sometimes you even know what item you want beforehand. I think one of the things that kind of made the technical alpha special was people being genuinely surprised, like, what? I didn't know that this was in the game. I think that's awesome. And I also think, there's a lot of people who play games and they don't look stuff up on the internet beforehand, and they'll get that experience and that feeling. And we're hoping that, with a little bit of a slowed down pace of legendaries and kind of having the skills and the legendary items be easy to understand, people can really have that discovery process as they play the game.
I think that's one reason why I had so much fun too in the alpha, like you said, is it's a full Diablo game. It's like you're getting a brand new Diablo game and everything's new and we're discovering stuff left and right, and you get that like new player feeling all over again. And I'm sure we don't even have all the game yet.
Yeah, it's like a kid in the candy store, right? It's just everything wide-eyed and awesome.
One of my favorite things about Immortal is the variety. There's so many different things to do. And as you're leveling, you get to a point where you can't really continue until you do some other quest grinding. I like it because I can go do bounties or, run some Elder Rifts. Was like the break intentional?
Yeah, great question. It was absolutely intentional. A couple reasons for that. In Diablo 3, Greater Rifts were great. They're really fun, but some of the feedback that we got was that people wanted a bigger variety of things to do. There's sometimes just, a lot of a good thing can still, leave you wanting to do other activities. And in Diablo Immortal, we said, okay, well, let's make use of our outdoor world. Let's make use of these instanced dungeons that we've created. Let's give players a variety of activities to do. The other reason to have this variety of activities is one of the goals for Diablo Immortal is we really want to double down on progression. We want there to be lots of ways for people to meaningfully progress their character all the time. And so we have the gem system, and we have legendary gems, and we have gear rank up, and we have legendary collection, we have Paragon. And by having all these different ways for you to improve your character, it lets players sort of really feel like, what do I want to do today? What am I in the mood to do? In what way do I want to make my character more powerful?
I think that's awesome. Sometimes I feel chained to like a quest hub or like a zone where everything is in this one little spot. But being able to go around the world and hunt for different things and have a little bit of variety, and there's a lot of variety actually in the game, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Cool, awesome. I'm glad it's working out. We feel like it's working out pretty well too, and we're looking forward to being able to build on that.
The PvP event is something special. Like, it's like the World of Warcraft Gurubashi event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was it like designing the PvP in the game?
Kind of zooming out a little bit, every zone has its own event that's associated with it. So for example, in the Battlefen, like you mentioned, there's a little arena where a chest spawns and players can fight over it every 3 hours. But over in Ashwold Cemetery, every half hour there's a carriage, a ghostly carriage that comes through, and anyone in the zone can come by and attack the ghostly carriage and partake in the loot. And there's kind of like a different thing going on in the Dark Wood. There's a corruption going on, and then the Tree of Inifis has a ceremony where you can fight a corrupted image of yourself. And so in every zone, there's a different mechanic. And when we got to the Battlefen, there was this idea to allow just a free-for-all PvP event. And it definitely turned out to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, I had some experiences there. The first time I showed up, it was like me and like 5 people. And I was all bright-eyed and I'm like, let's do this. It's gonna be a fun little bloodbath. I found out really quickly that you can group for the event, and it was 4v1 and it was an experience. Speaking of like these zone events, the Ashwold event where you have to like escort this horse and carriage, I believe, through the zone was my favorite one by far. Seeing everybody on the server kind of coming together, fighting over it, and then getting the loot was pretty awesome. Do you guys have any like favorites?
Oh yeah, my favorite is in the Library of Zoltan Kuhl. Sort of peppered around the zone, you'll find these hidden tomes, and if you collect enough of them, you can combine them together and it essentially unlocks a secret level. And so it could be a level where you go in, fight some mobs, get some cool loot and come back out, or it can actually even summon a world boss like a Hydra that everyone in the zone has to come together and kill. And so I like the randomness there because it feels like doing it over and over, you could get a different result, and it kind of keeps the excitement up. So one of the things also new is our Paragon system. And we were able to design something from scratch for this game with all the learnings we had from Diablo 3. So my question is actually for Wyatt. What was that like designing a new Paragon system?
It was cool. It was cool. We had Paragon in Diablo 3, but once you reach Paragon 800, it became a more sort of just a linear path. And being able to say, okay, we know that Diablo Immortal is a game that's going to, have a long lifetime. We're going to provide content updates to it. We're going to be adding and expanding on all of the features. How can we design a Paragon system that is exciting now, but will also be exciting years into the future? And that's where the idea of let's have multiple trees. And when we want to expand on the Paragon system, we'll add additional trees. Each tree provides players with some choice of where they want their Paragon points to go. And the system is completely extensible anytime we want to raise the Paragon cap. But that's me talking as a designer. Blood, you experienced it from a player's point of view, and also as someone who's done a lot of Paragon in Diablo 3. What was your reaction to the Paragon system?
I was blown away by the choice. You can specialize in 4 or 5 different trees. And then with each tree, there's these I don't know what they're called, the circle and square nodes within the tree. So there's traits and other abilities that you can earn.
The circles are the ones that give you bonuses all the time, no matter what tree you have picked as being active. And then the squares are the active specializations that give you a special bonus when that tree is selected.
I love to kind of min-max whatever I'm doing in the game. So if I'm doing PvP, I can swap to that tree and get those bonuses. And then if I'm doing some farming, I can switch to the treasure hunter tree was my favorite. And then I can get, more bonuses doing that activity. So I guess, for me, being able to kind of control how my character is performing, I'm all about it. There is a dungeon now where you can kind of go back in time where you fight alongside Kuhl and you get to hang out with Tal Rasha. It's kind of like a WoW time walking event. Are you guys going to explore this mechanic further? Maybe we can, I don't know, do a dungeon after the Sin War or something like that?
That is a great call out, and you're spot on with even referencing WoW time walking dungeons, because that's actually how we've talked about it internally as well, is, hey, the Library of Zoltan Kuhl is this opportunity for us to dive into the past. We get to see Tal Rasha and Baal have this conflict and for the player to relive it. And we really love the way that World of Warcraft used the Caverns of Time and time walking to further expand the reach of the types of stories that you could tell. So no announcements today, but definitely something the team is excited about using.
I noticed that every dungeon has a cutscene. It feels like a full-fledged, normal, AAA game. It's awesome.
Well, we have a policy that, that relates to the cinematics, but also things like audio design, that you know, a lot of mobile players, they don't play with the sound on. But because this is a Blizzard game, we felt like for those players that do, we have to really show up and show people that AAA quality that they've come to expect from any of our games. And so that provides us a lot of just excitement, enthusiasm on the team, because we know we're not holding back. You know, not just because this is a mobile game, we do less. Like, we still, you know, just take it to 11, you know, every chance we get.
Speaking about the story and the characters, we get to hang out with Deckard Cain again. What was it like working with him?
Yeah, that is awesome. It was great to be able to bring Deckard Cain back. Being able to work with Michael Goff again. There's a short BlizzConline segment with him. He's such a beloved character in the Diablo franchise, so I'm glad we're able to do that. I love that we're able to visit characters that are fan favorites. But, you know, we want to be, you know, we're not just Diablo on mobile, it's a brand new game. And so as part of a brand new game, we've got brand new characters that we want to explore as well. From Skarn, one of your main antagonists in the game. You've also got Zul and Lethis. We're going to be exploring the storylines behind Vala and Josen. Vala, kind of the demon hunter, being able to learn more about her and her history. We've got all new stories to explore.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I missed Deckard Cain until I got off the boat, like you said. And I'm like, man, yeah, this is awesome.
He's back.
He's like the glue of the franchise almost, you know, it's awesome.
You know, one of our goals was to be a mobile MMO. And one of the ways that, you know, we really focused on is having a cool town hub like Westmarch. I don't know if you felt like Westmarch made the game feel bigger.
Well, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, like there's a hub for everybody to go to, like a little town. But it's way cooler when you get to play it because you're there and you get to see everybody running by. You get to check out everyone's gear, and it does feel a lot more alive. And it became one of my favorite features, I think, overall, just because it's like we were talking about, wow, you know, seeing people with certain gear and inspecting them, I think really kind of brings like the game and the community together.
I think one of the best parts is seeing all the different spots in the city where people go for different activities, whether it's leveling up their gear or getting gems slotted in or going to do some rifts or bounties. It's really cool to just watch people sort of like in the traffic, you know, going from here to there. And it feels almost like a living city, right? Where there's a bunch of people just going about their day, and it feels very, you know, like you said, like an alive.
Yeah, watching people take group selfies in,
exactly.
In different sections.
That's
it was
right.
cool, yeah. I enjoyed it.
A central town hub was something that we wanted to do for Diablo 3. Back then, internally, we called it Player Town. And it never quite made it. In game development, you have to kind of pick and choose the features that you're going to incorporate, but I'm super thrilled that we were able to incorporate a capital city into this experience. One of the things I think is special about having a game with a capital town, and also just an online game where other players are always around, is you really get the sense that the world is real. You know, that like when you close down the app, when you aren't playing anymore, the world lives on without you and is alive without you. And I feel like having a capital city really brings that idea home.
Now we just need to have like a working bar in Westmarch and I'll be happy.
There is actually a bar in Westmarch. There wasn't a whole lot of reason to go there during technical alpha, but it's got a whole tavern vibe in there and go hang out.
And you'd be able to sit and maybe order something or hang out.
There's going to be some reasons for you to swing by the bar later. I think one of the ways that Diablo Immortal is really trying to do something new is with the social aspects of the game. When we talk about the game being a mobile MMO, I think finding reasons for you to enjoy being around other people is really important to us. I mean, you can play through the main story campaign solo, just if you just want to kind of take in and digest the story and do it at your own pace. But providing incentives and rewards for interacting with other players, I think actually makes the game more fun.
Yeah, speaking of like community, we did a dungeon together on Alpha.
Yes, we did. I had a lot of fun running that dungeon with you. So I was just watching your stream, you know, when the tech alpha was going on, there were a bunch of different content creators who had their streams going, and I saw you, so I'm like, oh, well, let me jump on. And I remember I typed out in chat to you, I was like, hey, Blood, do you want to run a dungeon together? And you said yes, and so that was cool. I was able to jump on, we were able to party up, no problem. I'm really glad that the voice chat was there because I was like, well, you're streaming. How do we get on voice? Like, do we need to like get onto Discord somehow? But since you were streaming the game, I think it all just worked out and all the audio passed through. And that was a good time. I think that was one of my highlights from the technical alpha.
Oh, that's awesome. That means a lot. So I gotta ask you guys, are there any plans for controller support?
Controller support is one of the most requested things that we got coming out of Technical Alpha. And so you are not alone in wanting to be able to sit comfortably and play with a Bluetooth controller. We're actually going to be investigating how we can bring in controller support in the future. And we are very excited that the community responded so positively to it. And so nothing to announce today, but definitely look for updates on this in the future.
Yeah, the touch controls are really good. I would use them for any kind of quick gameplay sessions, you know, when I'm out and about or doing things. But, you know, when I'm kind of plopping down for the day, it would be cool to kind of switch to controller mode and kick back. Did you guys play in any areas outside of your home?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite experiences is being able to just take my dog out for a walk and, you know, play. I was just taking my dog for a walk. I was at a intersection and the PvP event in Balfen came up, and I was just like, I'm gonna do it from here. Super convenient to be able to just play from the park or wherever. I remember Leviathan was joking that, you know, he could play while he was waiting at the doctor's office, and it's almost like, okay, you're up. He said, no, you can go. I'll keep waiting.
5 more minutes.
Don't worry about me.
Wherever I was out where I could play, you know, comfortably, I was playing Immortal, and it was a cool experience to be able to just play it wherever I was and kind of get progress on my account.
What kind of stuff did you enjoy doing?
That was actually my favorite thing about Immortal was the amount of activities you could do. There's like these layers out in the open world, there's legendary mobs, there's a lot, but I think hunting for layers or like hidden dungeons, it kind of gave me some of those D2 vibes.
What was the max rank normal gem that you got during Technical Alpha?
Not too much. I think a 5. Does that sound right? I think it was like level 5 for the normal gems.
5 definitely requires that. That sounds like, you know, 10 to 12 hours of grinding a day for a while.
Layers, I mentioned, were one of my favorite kind of activities to do in Immortal. I noticed some of the tile sets look like D3 assets, and are we going to get like a more variety of tile sets in Layers?
In Technical Alpha, we had 2 of those tile sets intentionally, just for that small test. But we plan on adding a lot of diversity and variety to those tile sets, and there should be a difference between what you see in a Rift, which sort of like takes its tile set from a global pool of different things you can see, versus like a layer, where a layer could be inside Biofen or Ashwood Cemetery, and the layer below a cemetery should look different than the layer below a jungle or a frozen mountain or whatever the zone is. And so we're putting a lot of effort to make sure that there's diversity there and that it feels connected to the world above it.
That's really cool. So if it's like a foresty type zone, the layer is going to have like a foresty, mossy type dungeon to correspond with it. That really kind of increases the immersion. I like that idea.
We want you to remember where you are in the surface world as you dive down into the layer, but that by no means limits the amount of diversity and like rich art we're able to put into each of these tile sets.
Did you expect players to grind so much in general, like with all the Paragon that we grinded and all the gem levels and everything?
There were some people who seriously went ham on it, for sure. Like, it was pretty impressive. And I mean, I took it as a compliment. You know, when people want to play the game that much, it means that we've made something special that people want to enjoy. I think it speaks doubly so when it's a limited technical alpha, it's only going for a short time, and progress isn't carrying forward. For people to play an RPG and invest time in a character that is ultimately going to be deleted really means that they're just having a lot of fun doing it. And that's great to see.
I was really surprised by how far people got in challenge rifts. Like, to see that was just awesome because, you know, I don't think anyone internally had gotten that far naturally without using, you know, some like developer powers. And so just to see in like, you know, 2.5 weeks, people, you know, just blowing the dev team away in terms of challenge rift progression. That's cool. That makes us really happy.
Probably got a lot of good data off of it from the alpha, I'm assuming.
We got a lot of cool clips on Twitch, man. Like, like we just got a lot of great observation, like just watching people play at that high level and seeing what skills they use, what do they talk about, what kind of gear or legendaries do they want. Like, that informs us a lot, just watching you guys play.
It was really cool to see sort of how a lot of the high-end players take on the game. It was also interesting to see how like just your average person walks into the game. We held the test primarily in Australia, and being able to see, you know, not like the elite top 5%, but just your average person who downloads the game, you know, how long does it take them to finish the tutorial? How many hours do they want to play? What percentage of people are coming back? Like, we've been gathering a lot of data, and it's been extremely helpful.
So I was there at BlizzCon 2018, and how do you think the announcement for Immortal went?
Yeah, that was rough, for sure. I think a lot of people came, they had Diablo 4 in the mind, and you know, at one point during the Q&A, it was asked if the game would ever be coming to PC, and you know, I had probably not the best response. And what went through my mind is I really wanted to be able to say, hey, you know, we're making Diablo 4. And that's not something that we could share at the time. An inappropriate remark came out instead. And I am glad that now hopefully people can see, you know, there's more Diablo on its way. We have a lot of love for the Diablo universe, and our goal ultimately is to provide more Diablo options for more people.
Yeah, so I mean, I was there at BlizzCon, like I said, in ground zero, and it was tough. I mean, it was really hard with all the, you know, passion at an all-time high from the community. It was tough to stream it, but you know, I always believed in Immortal. It was so much fun when I played the demo. And
Thank you.
I was like everybody else. I wanted D4 to be announced, but with all the hints and you guys saying that there was multiple projects in the works, I guess that was my glimmer of hope that I was holding to. And so I was able to look at Immortal, I guess, a different way, because in the back of my mind, I knew like Diablo 4 was probably getting developed. But I streamed it, and I regret nothing. It was fun, and I feel like I can tackle anything now.
Cool. Well, thanks for supporting the team.
Yeah.
We got feedback, and I think that really sustained the team through that time. Is for the people who played it at BlizzCon, there was a lot of feedback that said, you know, this is good. You know, I think the game kind of spoke for itself, and you know, playing is believing for this game. And I'm looking forward to the future where we can get the game in more people's hands so they can see for themselves.
What's next? Like, is there another testing phase? Like, what's happening?
We will have a new testing phase, which will include new content, for example, a new class. And we're really excited to bring that to a wider audience as well, potentially for a longer period of time. Our previous test was only 2.5 weeks, and so we're looking at our next test as an opportunity to test more endgame systems. And so we're really excited about that, and we'll announce more about that very soon.
Oh, so you're saying all the stuff that we've experienced is still not the true endgame that you have planned?
Oh, no. No, we have an epic endgame planned for Diablo Immortal. And for the technical alpha, it was very much focused on just that like early and mid game. And so I believe we've said before that like the challenge rift alone is not the sole endgame of Immortal. We have a lot more planned.
The level cap of the technical alpha was set at 45. For the release game, we're planning for it to be 60. So, you know, at 45, we wanted there to be something for players to do, which is why we have the challenge rifts. But the tech alpha was really focused on the early leveling experience and the mid-game systems. There are whole new other systems that we still have planned for the Elder game. Well,
I had a blast playing the alpha. I had an awesome time hanging out with you guys today. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, Bloodshed, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Blood, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been amazing to be part of BlizzConline, and I look forward to what's to come.
Dolby is a proud partner of BlizzConline. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of BlizzConline.
You dare enter my realm. Your foolishness has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Death to the outsiders!
I'll turn your world upside down.
You are not prepared.
One of the things about Blackthorn that's kind of cool is it's the first time that we actually had orcs.
I don't know if you remember it, but there would be the little bad guys that you fought, and then when they shot you, they would go, ha, 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 ha.
The orcs at that time just became so dear to us also because they were always just there to add a little bit of humor to what was going on in a very dark story.
That's a fun little side note, I think, that many people wouldn't have known, is that the first Blizzard orcs were in Blackthorn. Now, wait a minute, I'm actually thinking, I think our first orc might have actually been in Rock and Roll Racing as one of the bad guys that you play against. I think it was Bogmire. So, Blizzard and orcs since 1993.
Hi, my name is Devin Brom. Blizzard has sent me on a dangerous and harrowing quest into the realms of soggy Seattle to interview the nefarious artist, Brom, or as I like to call him, Dad.
Hi, my name's Brom. We're here in my studio today to interview one of Blizzard's devious dungeon designers, Devin Brom, or as I like to call him, Son.
Can you talk about some of your early influences?
I think we'll have to start with my background as far as my lifestyle, meaning my father was an Army aviator, so we traveled all over the world. We moved every 3 years. The first 3 years of my life was in Japan, where I was subjected to just a barrage of Japanese animation and Godzilla films, and that was like my initial inspiration, I think, for a lot of the drawings and the horror and the stuff I did. By moving around so much, it can be very lonely. It takes a little while to acclimate and make new friends. And art was always that friend that was always there. So no matter where I was or how lonely I felt, I had art to fall back on. And it also helped with making friends, because as my skill developed and I became, better than most other people at what I did, there was always a group of geeky fantasy nerds, waiting to draw wherever I went. And then I finally graduated high school in Frankfurt, Germany. And what was so amazing about Frankfurt is I was just immersed in, Gothic medieval culture. And at that time, I was so into fantasy, so that really, fed into that whole inspiration for what I was doing. On top of that, there were a lot of direct influences. Being a child of the 70s, there was a lot of pulp horror mags and comics at the time. But I think my primary influence is literature, even more so than movies. Big fan of Robert E. Howard and the Conan series, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and John Carter of Mars. But one of my biggest influences was the Elric series by Michael Moorcock, and I think he was one of the first people to really put together, Gothic horror and fantasy.
And then I already know a little bit about this, but could you tell us a bit about Grandma's Basement?
Most certainly. Why have I always been drawn to the macabre? Even as a kid, if you gave me a choice of a fuzzy bear, I'm talking 2 years old, and a skull. Like the skull, I have to have the skull. I don't quite understand what that's all about. Things I often point out to maybe help people understand this is if you were to maybe go to a group of elementary school kids and give them assignment to draw a toaster, they would all be like, oh, no, that's boring, I don't want to do that. But if you said, I want you to draw a scary toaster, not only does that become interesting to them, but it becomes interesting to us. I want to see their scary toasters. And one of the many things that warped me down the path that I have gone, my grandmother's basement was dug out of the ground, and it was just rocks and dirt, and it was like going into a tomb. It was, there were snakes and spiders and centipedes and all the cracks and crevices. But the basement had one light bulb, so my brother and I would go down there at night, and the game was to turn the light bulb off. And who could stand there long enough without turning it on? And having the over imagination that I have, I always lost. I always felt like fingers and claws were about to get me. I think that's one of the many things that has perhaps warped me and sent me down the path that I am now upon. So Devin, I have a question for you. Devin, can you perhaps tell us a bit about your early influences?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's see, the most obvious would be Diablo itself. It came out, I was like 3 years old, and it was on your computer like right from the get-go. So I've been playing that pretty much my whole life. So I guess my delve into game design kind of started at like that early of an age, and it never really stopped.
It's amazing how much Diablo has been part of our family from just the earliest memories. I mean, with my first computer, Diablo was one of the first games I played. And then, of course, as soon as we could link them up and play as a family, the whole family, Mom, both you and Devin, you and Killian played. So what was it like growing up with two artists for parents?
Oh yeah, so it's funny, when you're born into that, you don't really realize that it's any different really until you go over to your friend's house, and then you realize like, wait, where's all the skulls? Like where's the battle axe in the corner, like
weapons and skulls. All families should have weapons and skulls. What's going on here?
Around then when I started realizing that something was a bit different with our family. But no, more seriously though, like it was great. I feel like both you and Mom always encouraged me and Killian to follow like creative passions, even if it wasn't like traditional art, just whatever we we're passionate about and enjoyed doing. You always guide us in that direction, which was very hard to come by in the more like normal suburban community that we grew up in.
Being two weirdos, it was easy for us to encourage you guys to be as weird as you wanted.
Absolutely, yeah, no. And can you tell us a little bit about how you first broke into the industry?
I guess I'll start with the fact that I've always drawn horror and monsters and fantasies. My earliest memories, as I was talking about earlier. But when I graduated high school, I wanted to find out a way to make a living at that. So I signed up for a 2-year commercial art school. And unfortunately, what they didn't teach us was how to draw and paint, which was the main reason I went there. As a matter of fact, they went so far as to discourage us from, pursuing fantasy and horror because they felt like there just wasn't much of a market out there. And in some ways, it's true. It was a very small market. So I followed that path and I graduated and I ended up doing commercial art in Atlanta, Georgia. And at that time, what that meant was a lot of product rendering, photorealistic airbrush product rendering. And at first I was so excited because I was getting paid to do art. But at some point I was trying to understand why I was so unhappy, why I was creatively so unsatisfied. And of course it was because I had these monsters that literally needed to get out of my skull. And so I started going back to what I loved, and on my spare time, my non-existent spare time, I put together a portfolio of these things. And I would go to the conventions and shop them around, talk to art directors, show my work. And I scored a few comic covers. They didn't pay anything, but I was so happy because I was, doing creative, superheroes and monsters and creatures, the things that I love, and I was getting paid for it.
Could you tell us a little bit about applying to TSR?
Yeah, that's quite the story. So I go to conventions and I was talking to art directors, and my portfolio was a bit lacking at the time, I have to admit. And I talked to the art director at Dragon Magazine, which worked for TSR, and he said, well, you're not really what I'm looking for, but the art director at TSR, who does Dungeons and Dragons, might have some work for you. So I sent my portfolio and I followed up with a call, and somehow in the conversation it came out that that they did have a staff position, and I just took it upon myself to go, I need to apply for this. I'm going to come up and you're just going to love me so much you're going to hire me. And this guy was so nice. He didn't tell me no. He was like, oh, okay. So I show up, show my portfolio, and people, were nice. They had several artists on staff there, Jeff Easley, Clyde Caldwell, Fred Fields. And, they were all kind and supportive. But at the end of the day, the art director pulled me aside and he said, we have, 11 people that we're considering for this project. And of those 11 people, you're number 11. Like, oh, okay. So, I was a bit demoralized and I went back to Atlanta, tail between my legs. But, I was so passionate and so determined to break into this field, I decided I was just going to go to New York City. And New York City at that time was where you broke into book covers, fantasy book covers. And that was like one of the places where most fantasy and horror art was done. And it was make or break. I had no jobs lined up. I was just going to go there and somehow get into this industry. So we're sitting there, the U-Haul is packed. All that's left is our cats in the carrier and the phone. And I'm waiting for a call from my parents. And the phone rings and I pick it up. And it's TSR, it's art director. He goes, are you still interested in that job? And I'm like, of course I am. And he goes, well, apparently the other 10 candidates aren't willing to move to a small town. So if you would like this job, you can have it. And I'm like, oh my God, yes. And he said, now I understand you're probably in a lease and you have a bunch of work to get done before you can make the move. About how many months will it take you to move up here? And I looked out the window at the U-Haul and I said, I can be there in 5 hours. And we were. 5 hours later, I was working at TSR.
That's incredible. All right, so how did you first connect with Blizzard?
So as I mentioned earlier, Blizzard, especially Diablo, has such a long history in our family. And when I got my first PC, a couple games on it, and Diablo 1 was one of them. And it just, right from the start, this was the game for me. Soon, I was spending 2 hours a day playing Diablo. I was supposed to be working. So I actually had to ask your mother to hide the CD so I could get work done. I think the big thing I want to say about my connection with Diablo and Blizzard is I've done a lot of work for a lot of different companies. And what's wonderful about working with Blizzard Diablo is just the fact that I'm a huge fan. that came through both for myself and for you as well. So it's just been a part of our family since you guys were little kids. How did you first connect with Diablo?
Yeah, totally. So, I've been playing Diablo since I was about 3 years old.
I remember.
But yeah, and then I knew that I wanted to get into game design. So after graduating from DigiPen, a couple years after that, when I heard about a opening for the dungeon design team, and that just sounded like the dream job.
Yeah.
So even though I was like, I probably won't be able to get this, I still applied for it, ended up getting the design test and all of that. And when I went in for the in-person interview, I just clicked immediately with the people there. They're all just...
You guys spoke the same language.
Exactly. No, like they've all been playing Diablo for as long as I have and stuff. So it was just really easy to get along with them.
And I find that interesting how, you were intimidated by Diablo, and it's the thing you loved the most, and it's the thing that you knew the best, but you felt like you had to perhaps, work your way up there. But in the end, it turned out that the thing you loved most was what you were most qualified to do.
Totally. And yeah, I often think about that too with a lot of the other positions I applied for that I didn't get. It just, perhaps those were positions that are basically other people's Diablos, like the things that they're the most passionate about that perhaps if I got, I wouldn't have appreciated it as much as they had. But with this position, it just fit perfectly.
You get up every day and play and get paid for it.
I know, right? Yeah, that's all I do. Just play the game. Yeah. Could you describe the process of working with the Diablo team?
So in a word, collaboration. My biggest joy in working with the Diablo team is just the collaborative nature of the whole process. These are the very best concept character designers, game designers in the world, and there's so much talent on that team that they make me look really good when I get to do one of their characters. And as far as breaking down the actual process, usually what happens is there's a brief, there's some basic description of what we want to bring to life in a painting. Sometimes there's a lot of concept work already done, sometimes there's just a minimum. So again, that's the part that I really enjoy. And once we build up that character to the point where everybody likes it, then it's handed off to me to do the final paint. And one thing I love about Blizzard is even though we have so many hands working on something, they're really good at letting you put your mark and your bit into that piece. So it's incredibly rewarding at the end of the day to, as a fan, to be working on these paintings that I would love to do anyway, but also to be working with such an inspiring, talented team of artists and individuals. Yeah.
Could you tell us a bit about your inspiration for Lilith?
So Lilith, they had a handful of designs started, and I just thought they were beautiful. I thought they hit it out of the park right from the beginning with that one. I did some concept work as well, and it went back and forth. So I loved that I was able to contribute on that level. But at the end of the day, I feel the success of that piece, and I do love that piece, which is rare for me because usually I'm not happy with my paintings when I'm done. I feel the success of that piece is based on the incredible designs I was handed. Again, they made me look good with that one. Can you describe the process of dungeon design and working with the Diablo team?
Dungeons in Diablo are all procedural. They're all made up of basically these little square chunks of levels. My job as a dungeon designer is trying to sort of balance the pure randomness of a dungeon with the uniqueness and character of the dungeon.
Yeah.
If you go too random with the dungeon kind of lacks any sort of feel. There's no real story to it. If it's just random every time, you never know what you're going to get.
For sure.
And then if it's too unique, it becomes predictable, where if you've played that dungeon once, you've played it 100 times basically, and you know what to expect. Again, with that collaborative nature, we're always in contact with dungeon artists, encounter design, and quest design, especially on campaign dungeons. It usually starts off with a back and forth discussion with the dungeon design team and the quest designers, trying to figure out what the story is there, what we're trying to convey and progress in the story of the overall game.
And I have to say, being able to look over your shoulder from time to time, just seeing and hearing the ideas you guys come up with, I'm just so excited to play Diablo 4. I can't wait. And then the added, on top of everything, with our family history playing the game, that the group of us will be able to play your levels and just be like, oh my God, this horrible thing, look what this horrible thing Devin's doing to us now, oh my God.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a return to darkness for sure. And yeah, I think we're all very excited about that. But Dad, could you tell us a little bit about your personal work?
I had so many of my own visions that I wanted to get out there that I wasn't able to. So I started writing my own stories, and it just started out with short stories and then they grew into larger novels. But what happened is writing these stories sort of re-inspired my want to paint or draw and paint. It was like when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I would write a story, draw pictures, and staple it together and make a little book. And I was doing that again. I was able to write a story, paint all the pictures, and put it together and make a novel. And I've written 5 novels to date, and I'm just finishing my 6th. It's called Slewfoot, The Tale of Bewitchery, and it's a story about witches set in colonial America.
Awesome. I'm really excited for that one. Yeah, I remember reading Lost Gods and absolutely loving like the world building that you put into that and stuff. So yeah, really excited for that one.
Okay, so we have a final question here, and it's pretty much to both of us. It's about advice to starting artists and for budding game designers. I think we both touched on this earlier, and when we were speaking about following your muse, following your passion, the things that you love the most is where you put your most energy into and can often be the things that you're the best at. So my advice is, especially to artists, is fill your portfolio with the type of work you like to do. Perhaps, apples are the hot thing now and you feel compelled to paint apples because you'll think you'll get that work. But if you love to paint oranges, because you're such a good orange painter, fill your portfolio with oranges.
For game designers in particular, I would say just like play a lot of the games out there and just start writing down things that you really liked or didn't like about those games and why. Just practicing articulating those thoughts will help a lot. If you can, get a hold of game engines like Unity or Unreal and try to teach yourself those and just start creating stuff. Like it can just be simple prototypes or a more fully fledged game project. Anything like that not only helps you develop those skills, but it also gives you things to talk about during interviews. Like people love seeing that you're truly passionate about what you're creating, and every project you make is an opportunity for that.
All right, so I think that wraps up our joint interview of today. We really appreciate everybody joining us, and I just want to emphasize again, what a magical community Blizzard has created, and especially with Diablo. It's brought inspiration to myself and my family, and I'm looking forward to seeing Diablo 4.
Sweet, yeah, see you in hell.
Probably the most exciting thing about what I get to do at Blizzard is I wake up every day and I get to make video games. How cool is that? My name is Anna Rosenberg, and I am an associate software engineer at Blizzard. What I do is mostly behind the scenes, and what that is it's essentially making tools for other engineers to create a more streamlined and robust process for our build systems, and tools for people to essentially make the best work they can in the most efficient possible manner. I came to Blizzard Irvine initially through an internship. I've always loved video games. I knew I wanted to work in them, but I had no idea how. And I remember when I was probably 13, 14 years old, and I saw on our careers site that there were internships, and I was like, wow, it'd be so cool to work there someday. When I was an intern and I was working on the BlizzCon.com team. They told me that my internship project was going to be moving the BlizzCon watch experience into the Battle.net client. My mouth just dropped. I was so excited, and I couldn't believe that I was going to work on something that millions and millions of people got to see. Blizzard is actually very good about internal mobility opportunities. I started out doing web development full-time on our Battle.net team, and after a year or so, I was thinking to myself, like, there's so many other forms of engineering that I want to explore and look into that I don't think that I want to stay in this track for the rest of my career. So I started looking at our internal mobility program, and I wanted a wider breadth of technologies to work with, and I wanted to work more directly with people as well. And I found this in one of our internal mobility posts. I reached out to the hiring manager, and we got coffee, sat down, and talked about what it meant to be in this role and what my day-to-day would look like. And I was like, that sounds awesome. I want to do that. And so I went through another interview process and landed in a new automation role where I currently work. I feel supported by my leadership team. They listen, which I think is the most important part because nobody's perfect. And I think that also plays into the core value of learn and grow. My manager checks in with me. We have one-on-ones every single week where, you know, I feel comfortable asking questions. And if I ever wanted to do something else or I had curiosity in another subject, I often will go to him with, hey, there's this cool new technology that I want to work with or something that I just haven't used before. And he's like, cool. Let's make it happen, and he puts it on the schedule and he sets me up for success. I think that Blizzard has a lot of opportunities to get involved in the community and culture and really making the games industry a better place. And not just the industry, but for our players and our communities as well. I'm a part of one of our diversity and inclusion efforts, the Differing Abilities Council, where we focus on accessibility and working with people with seen and unseen disabilities and creating a welcoming culture for people who have these disabilities. I definitely think working at Blizzard has been the right move for me. Being able to work with the people, being able to work on something you love, being able to make a difference as well in the community, I think is so important. I love working here. It's really cool, and I wake up every day excited to go to work, and that's really special.
I love Brahms' work. I mean, it gives me nightmares, but... And who can forget the iconic Diablo 2 box art with the Dark Wanderer staring directly into your soul? But that brings us to our surprise announcement today. Diablo 2 Resurrected. After 20 years, the genre-defining legendary game is back, but now as a full HD remaster. That's 4K visuals, 7.1 sound, and a shot-for-shot remake of all the cinematics. It's been a great partnership working with Vicarious Visions on the game, and we're so glad they're now officially part of the Blizzard family. So to give you more info on D2R, I'm very excited to have D2 speedrunner and content creator Mr. Llama host a roundtable with members of the development team, both Blizzard and VV, as they answer all his burning questions.
All right, we're gonna watch the video sent to us.
Now you know what I seek, Marius. Release the demons from my...
Wait, we got Kane back? Oh, it's 2. It's 2. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. Come on.
Lord of Terror.
Come on. Show it to me.
Though this be our darkest hours, it may yet
There we
be
go.
your greatest moment.
I knew it was there somewhere. Somewhere out there I knew. Somewhere out there. Yo, sick. Ooh, love the campfire. Oh, that multi-shot looks awesome. Wow. Yo. And console. Okay. All right. That'll be interesting. Oh, that leap attack was awesome. Oh, the Diablo fight is gorgeous.
Not even death.
Oh, resurrected. Let's go! Come on! So that was super exciting. I'm Mr. LaMSC. I am a Twitch streamer. I have been playing Diablo 2 for 20 years, streaming it for 6 years. I probably have over 25,000 hours in this game and just absolutely love it. So seeing the remaster happen, I have to just, of course, ask a very first high-level question. Why the D2 remaster right now?
Well, Diablo 2 is a very special game to Blizzard, as many of you well know, and Diablo 2 also had its 20th year anniversary. So with that, we really wanted to stay true to what that authentic experience was for Diablo 2 and bring it to the current audience and improve it for the existing audience and invite new people to experience it for the first time. It's also good learning opportunities too for us, especially when we're partnering up with Vicarious Visions now to work on a remaster projects like this together.
So it's been a great partnership. We've actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some BattleNet integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk Remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot Remaster, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. Was not expecting that. But then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything. And I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models, with the environments should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges moving from 2D to 3D?
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like a lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of flavor did you decide to add to that artwork?
So everything is being redone. So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything. And as far as the inspiration, we actually were inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of where the original artists pulled inspiration from. So a lot of that was very historical landmarks, locations, very very much real world referencing. So that was kind of where we kind of pulled our inspiration as well. We wanted that functional design that the original art had. Everything felt like it was believable, and that detail really does help to give it some realistic context and makes you feel more immersed in the game. It makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern and there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And you know, this is all full 3D everything, and then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic, and there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because original SD, like, it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like, it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that they were really trying to achieve something very grand with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles, or who knows? No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what was.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like it was something that I really felt strongly that like a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. So this will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature, where you can flip back between the old visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game at 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that, but all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort, but it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games, and so the game is a grid. So it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state, stamina's still a thing, you're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like, it was very challenging because you only had a few of the frame counts to make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character, and then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character like have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't like reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game, where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so like shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional surround sound features. There's more ambient, there's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise,
don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right? So there are certain things you're gonna, you'll hear. For like your footsteps running will have some variety. When the rain kicks in, it's going to have a lot more depth. When you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't mess with, right?
With Blizzard, when we're creating new games, one of our design philosophies is to what we call find the fun. And when we were looking at D2 again, we very much felt like the fun is still there. So it's actually one of our core pillars for Diablo 2 Resurrected specifically was to keep the fun and keep it at its core. And because of that, we're looking at it more as a remaster at that point, and like what can we do based on what the community wants or what features naturally are necessary for making this game run on modern day systems and things like that.
I think also we want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original game. We want to preserve that game and the structure of that game as much as we can. And if we went with the remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why we chose this.
Speaking, from my experience or from some of my community's experience and the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2, a remaster just seemed like the way to go, because there's so many, like you said, there's so many of those tiny details within the game that overall, when you add them up, create such a big part of the experience of the game. And remaking that into a new game could be a challenge, and could also be a challenge in keeping the fun of the game in that way. I kind of look at it a little bit like StarCraft Brood War, which also had a remaster. And how it's like a lot of the pathing bugs and the, duds from the Reavers and all of these things in the game that were kind of awful are what make the game beautiful and what make the game super balanced. And if you were to go and remake it and remove some of those issues, it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details, because then it ends up creating the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see, where there was a lot of mystery and discovery. So we felt like that was another part of part of keeping the fun, which was to maintain that discovery of the game as well.
So speaking to maintaining and possibly changing? What are the pieces that did end up staying the same? Or if it's easier to explain the other way, what are the pieces that were really changed to bring this remaster to life?
So at its core, we want it to still be the same. So right away, things like the balance, the monsters you see on the spawn rates, item drops, and things like that are the same. And what we're doing is trying to take any of the rough edges you see, compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much is this addition straying too much? You know, does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that? So things like a shared stash, we know people use mule characters, right? And so adding a shared stash we felt was the right choice when it
we have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Now the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character, and you can have your offline characters, can't use your online. But for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse than opening up the game, going in, dropping all your GG items to mule them over because you've run out of space, and then not being able to log back in, or the game's not created, or it didn't perm in time and losing all of your gear, or trying to find someone to help you transfer your gear over, because, oh my gosh, a shared stash is amazing. Thank you so much. That's such a help.
Like I said, maintaining the core was a thing, but the other aspect of it was to see where we can improve, right? So the shared stash is one of them because we saw it as a very common concern, especially around muling, which people had workarounds anyway, right? So that is one thing. Another example is we are reimagining the UI in the game. With a new reimagined UI, we're still trying to stay very faithful to what you come to expect. So you'll still have the classic globes on the HUD screen, the skill icons, the potion belts, and all that. But we are reorganizing a little bit. We're trying to integrate the menu buttons and the stamina bars closer together within the HUD, so it's built a little bit cleaner. And naturally with reimagining a UI, we have some liberties to add a few things. So going back to the information I was talking about, a big thing we're doing on the character screen is we're adding an advanced stats screen as well. So we're going to be showing you all the information you get from items as well. So you don't have to do that kind of math with like looking at each of your items and calculating how much magic find you have, for example. It'll all be like summarized right there for you.
Something that we've seen already in a lot of mods where they've gone ahead and taken that information and created a little screen. So that's really nice to see that you guys are implementing that as well. Because I don't think anybody like sitting down and counting up the magic find of every specific item, and all of their charms and all of everything to figure out what is the number, how much do I have.
We've also added auto gold, so you can opt in. It is a feature you can turn off, which is one of the things we have to be careful of. A handful of other things where we're like, if you want this, you can turn it on, but you can also keep it off. This was actually something that we started looking into when we were adding controller support. There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support, obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons, for that might be the way you want to play. But it's a PC first experience. Like for example, there's still an inventory grid, there's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become something different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're going to have that split in the community. You're going to have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're going to have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this. Like, that completely changes my game experience. And, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time, and that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second, but before we do, you just brought up console play, and I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision for console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible, but when I think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere and how does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge would be a bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing once again that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that the two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels. But it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, play testing and things like that. A big challenge we had too was categorizing, all those 300 character skills to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the assassin and druid at the campfire. We see a druid casting tornado. I have to ask though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was also going to ask was, will there be classic mode? Because once again, when you go to the purist, you always have the people that go back all the way and they're like, classic is pure and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this remaster.
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features, or continue talking about some of the other features that you had mentioned before, because hearing each of these already has gotten me so excited for this game. And so what are some other little things that you felt could be changed, wouldn't change the whole flow of the game, but just improve it a little bit?
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash is one thing versus like dragging the mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash. Other things we're looking at as well are like an item comparison tooltip. So in case you're looking at some other item, you can hold shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody. The gear in Diablo 2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people. So you hold shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped, here's what it is.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the best parts about Diablo 2. The items are so fantastic, so unique in their own design, that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other, you know, because it's all so unique to every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all been streamlined. You can still, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me, one of the things I've been waiting for since first starting on this game was to see that character creation campfire scene come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed, and I love seeing that. It's just such an iconic moment. It's the first thing you really see in the game before you get started, and it's amazing.
Can I say all the art? No, I'm just kidding. So we added, like Rob mentioned, we added like an act specific screen in the front end. And it's basically this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see because it feels like you're really there. Like you can see the detail, you can see every aspect of the scene, and it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my favorite part.
I think mine is a little bit more squishy. I think our game has gotten a little scarier. I think that there are certain areas in the game where just the way that the 3D lighting is and the way the sound is, and I play it on a big screen TV sometimes, and just it feels scarier, it feels creepier, a little more claustrophobic in certain areas. That's not just one feature, there's a lot of things going on there, but I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because it just feels more immersive with having light react around you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say, I mean, I've only seen the trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just seeing down in the tunnels or the sewers or, any of those like you said, cavern dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons with the fire, it just had this different, I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than, or anything more than you guys showed me, but there was definitely a different feel to the game, and I loved the fire the most. I think just watching the sorceress meteor was gorgeous.
Fire and lightning, once we got all the effects up and running, that was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works, but once again, it was tricky to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as you know. You can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the Battlement lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join and typing passwords and things like that, that's the kind of area we're trying to see how we could smooth out in ways like making sure you can browse normal games, Nightmare games, and Hell games, even though you've graduated to the higher difficulty. I'm sure you've known that.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if we log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at it.
That was kind of our logic, right? Since there are workarounds there, that made it easier for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things. Another change is also looking into reducing ladder seasons overall. So right now, ladder seasons in Diablo 2 are 6 months, and we're looking at reducing that as well to help have more engagement and kind of drive more incentives too. 6 months is a long time, and we're looking into like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be, the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself. But I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that. And we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's one advantage, is your names could be there in the legacy if you're looking in the past.
I mean, I think that would be cool enough. Just anything to keep it there as like a forever. Like this was season 1, season 2, Like that's when I got my 89. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
Character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way.
Ooh.
Due to modern Battle.net integrations, you will not have to worry about refreshing your character, so they will stay with you.
Awesome. Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very long time. So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID or the things like that, so that you are still unique. But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker, because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global servers as well. So this is a new thing we're doing, where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. So now, for the push for a global play with Diablo 2, you can now be able to join across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts, is like they're on EU and I'm on, US East, and then my other friend's on US West, and it's like, how do we get us all together? Okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And so that seems like a really positive change. So far, you guys are killing it. I'm loving absolutely. I just want to say, I'm loving all of the changes and all of the decisions that have been made. It feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game, but really bringing in a lot of that quality of life, because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points like muling and separate servers and all of that. So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2. You know, I can even give you a little anecdote of when I started on the team. I was asking around too. Naturally, as a designer, I want to know as much as possible about this game in order to make good decisions on a remaster. So I asked around, like, what kind of files and leftover archives do we have from before, from Blizzard North? And I was told, like, I was given some, and like this, I was told that was it, which I quickly disbelieved because I like to just do my own little digging arounds to find out things. So I dug around a lot in a lot of archives, and I looked around in different teams as well, because naturally a game from 20 years ago, people have moved on different teams, and like where has data moved around across our other games across Blizzard. So it was within folders, I like to say, that I found a lot of old source files from Diablo 2. A lot of things, like within folders of saying stuff we should archive. And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there were a lot of things, like we're talking like model source files, old tools that Blizzard North used to create like the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent months and months organizing and communicate that out to the team and help getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because you know sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like we sent all of that imagery, even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings from the old Max file and then just repurposed that for hours. Like we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work. But yeah, we did follow a lot of the rules that the old game actually used. For like another example is the succubus in which I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, like, is because we found a lot of stuff. There's a lot of old texture files for some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you see in the Act 2 tombs. With those kinds of like paintings on them are the same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always like jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That can even carry over to the cinematics too, you know, like a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of like Tal Rasha's tomb with Baal in front of it, and there's all those runes going on behind him. Finding sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and I'm glad to say we did find those kinds of things, and they're matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too.
There was even concepts we repurposed. Like we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago, the Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest, and we used that completely to rebuild our new asset.
I mean, that's fascinating. I feel like I could just sit here for hours and hours, days, as you guys talk through every single thing you found in the source files.
I could too. I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find something that could, because I put it, I'm very meticulous with this stuff because I love it so much. You know, I'm putting like categorizing everything. Like this is everything I found on War Eve. This is everything I found on the Greater Mummy Monster or Baal or something. And then if Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through lengths of like seeing if I could open up those models. And actually re-rendering them out in a way that we could actually see it in higher detail, and like, you know, see like what, like, oh, the Greater Mummy is showing like part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that or something like that. And there's a lot of interesting stories and references that we actually used to create the new art by re-rendering models out to see everything.
Yeah, it was literally like video game archaeology, and even learning how parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally geek out on just all of the, you know, because it's it's a game that we all kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games, and this game in particular, right? Like, and so it's almost like we're treating it like a classic car, right? Like, okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it, good enough, even better, than they remember, and good for another 20 years.
Yeah, and even mention of Diablo 1 is very key too. Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, was 1996 and Diablo 2, 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see Diablo 1 and what it's like also helped us make decisions, even some of the arts too, because we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before until later down the line. Like an example is in the Chaos Sanctuary, you see a lot of statues with these black knights, and those are actually the same Chaos Knights you see in Diablo 1. So sometimes some of the things I find, even source files from Diablo 1, were useful for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the sorcerer and the Act 3 hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do a just developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is the most fascinating stuff I've heard. I mean, I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know so many intricacies of the game, but when there's more to be discovered, it's oh man, I'm itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, going back to our core philosophies on the game, we wanted to keep discovery and the mystery and stuff. Because you keep discovering things all the time when you play Diablo 2, all these little hidden rules and informations. It kind of carries that fascination over through development as well. We find a lot of things in the code, design documents, models, things like that were really fascinating to see how they were made. And I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security. How are we handling duping? How are we handling bots? How are we handling, just anything around that, realm downs, and all of the disconnects and all of that good stuff that we deal with online? What's being taken, or what actions being taken there?
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things. To say it's Loctite, I wouldn't dare do that. That's like throwing a gauntlet down to the community to try to break it. But all of that should be far more secure now. Now, we do still allow you to play offline, right? You will need to authenticate that your copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered. And so there's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, yeah, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping as much as possible. There's a lot of strives happening in the back end of things.
So I'm excited to play this game, and I'm sure a lot of other people are very excited. How can we sign up for this closed beta, and when will this game be coming out?
Actually, we will be doing a technical alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today for future waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing 2021.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the remastering team right here. I absolutely am blown away by how much effort and how much passion you guys are putting into this game and just into Diablo 2. I've loved Diablo 2 for 20 years, and I never thought that the game could get better. But I think you guys are respecting the integrity while upgrading and adding and improving. And I think this is going to overall just better the game. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me on and for all of the hard work you've done.
Awesome. Thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to us. I mean, you and people like you who keep the game going for 20 years. That's, if you guys didn't do that, this might not be happening, right? We see the passion in what you do, in what your colleagues do. So thank you even more. And thanks for coming to do this. This was fun.
save you from me.
You know, the original Diablo 2 is why I'm here at Blizzard today. One of my greatest gaming memories was when my brother and I played for 3 straight days to finish the entire D2 and expansion campaign when it first came out. Not only was it a special moment with my older brother, but ignited a passion within me for Blizzard games and is why being head of the Diablo franchise is so special now. Well, that's it for me. Thanks for joining us on the Diablo channel today. Together, the D4 team, the Immortal team, the D2R team, and the Diablo 3 team. Let's not forget about them. I mean, after all, we're getting double treasure goblins right now. We're all 100% committed to bringing you even more adventures in Sanctuary at a whole new level and in ways you've never expected. I hope you're ready for it, but for now, keep watching as we close out day 1 of BlizzConline.
안녕하세요, 마법입니다. 전 세계에서 시청 중인 블리자드 팬 여러분, 저희가 세계적인 블리즈컨의 무대에 이렇게 찾아뵙게 돼서 정말 영광입니다.
네, 저희가 블리즈컨에서 공연한다고 하니까 주변의 친구들이 너무너무 부러워하더라고요. 한국에서 블리자드의 인기는 정말 대단하다고 합니다.
네, 블리자드의 30주년 정말 축하드립니다. 앞으로 블리자드 게임할 땐 누구?
마마무!
예. 저희 음악과 함께 해주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 그럼 지금까지 아싸 마마무 마마무였습니다. 감사합니다.
All I wanna be is 멋진 내 맘대로 걸어 머리 어깨 무릎 다 힙해 Do it like me do it 나를 따라 해 Clap it clap it 모두 같이 해 I love you 네가 뭐라든 간에 Respect you 네가 뭘 하든 간에 She's crazy 늘 따끈따끈해 그 관심이 따끈따끈해 또 힐끔
이제 모두 내리가 폰을 배로해 성공을 썰어 먹어 마치 미술래 누구보다 빠른 걸음을 걸어내 시즌이든지도 오래야 뒤가를
All I wanna be is 멋진 내 멋대로 걸어 머리 어깨 무릎 다 해
넌 아니 된 my passion 별로 신경 안 써 그저 action
자꾸 click me 홀린 듯이 Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 힙 머리 어깨 무릎 힙
어딜 가도 넌 Reflection 빛날 수 있어 세상에 넌 하나뿐인 걸 근데 왜 이래 네 얼굴에 침뱉니
날 자극한 여러분 감사 거기서 모두 지질이 반사 덕분에 나의 멘탈을 다단해 넌 더 밀고 만들어 갈게
All you wanna be is trendy 얼굴 긁기 기믹 같이 그런 애들끼리 해 넌 아니 된 my fashion 별로 신경 안 써 그저 action 자꾸 click me 홀린 듯이 do Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 힙 머리 어깨 무릎 힙 검은 티 삐져나오니 떡진 머리 난 상관없지 검은 티 삐져나오니 떡진 머리 내가 변해
검은 티 삐져나온 팬티 떡진 머리 난 상관없지 검은 티 삐져나온 팬티 떡진 머리 내가 변해
넌 아니 된 my passion 별로 신경 안 써 그저 action
자꾸 click me 홀린 듯이 do Close up close up close up hip
머리 어깨 무릎 힙 머리 어깨 무릎 힙
Welcome to BlizzConline, a celebration of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games.
I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
We have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Well, what a day. I always love seeing those Blizzard cinematics and, of course, hearing all the latest updates from our dev teams.
We're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think.
With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the year of the Griffin.
The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the road takes us to a whole new level.
We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned.
From epic performers of BlizzCon's past, Metallica, to our endlessly talented voice actors.
I swear to my queen.
Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this. Oh, why is the shield not breaking, McCree?
To Blizzard founders.
I remember when there was a game out there that we liked, we always wanted to show that we could create something even better.
To the greatest StarCraft legends of all time.
This is such a devastating amount of damage. It is worthwhile.
We hope you've enjoyed the show today. Again, please check out the activities waiting for you on BlizzCon.com and join the discussion on your favorite social media channel. Tomorrow is all about leaning into our global community, starting with responses to your questions and comments from today. Then our truly amazing community showcase built from all the epic brilliance of all of you. We hope we have segments planned that capture your interest. And if you happen to love Diablo and/or D&D, please check out our truly customized and intriguing Critical Role campaign.
Into the air, and it's about to bring it down before it freezes solid, and then as the coins hit it, it breaks away into thousands of tiny frozen bone fragments.
Thanks for tuning in to day one of BlizzConline. See you tomorrow.